Okay, we're gonna do something today. Yesterday we did the other side. Didn't pull out the camera today. Today we're gonna work on this side.
Moles in the yard,
with less racket. Let's turn this off.
That just won't leave your siding alone. Call the experts at Critter Control today. From Alpena to Roger City, Gaylord to Boyne, call 1-800-CRITTER or go to crittercontrol.com.
We got quiet air compressor, so we ain't gotta listen to that. We got it way up in the air. Thanks to our fancy lift we picked up for $50. And thanks to doing it once, we got all the tools already ready. So we'll put them there. Got the chairs already ready. Because, you know, we can't be sitting on the ground or a brick. Fancy power tools. And a work surface. Probably should have thought of this a little bit earlier. But at least it didn't get all the way done and then remember it like I did the other side. It's my organizer Lazy Susan thing. Alright. This one's a little rusty. Imagine that. Socket's got a little edge on it. And it's protesting this nut, which seems to have some slight rust on it from the barn. I'll have to deal with that later. These cars are same as your 150s and stuff like that from the 70s and 80s and the 90s, all the way to whatever. I don't play with Triton powered stuff. So, as far as pickups go, we might get some of that later, maybe. But right now, I got a V10 and a 6.4 or a 4.6, and really don't want any more. The only reason I got the V10 is because I was using it as a work van, and the 4.6 was a freebie. The other one might have been loose already, but I got it broke off the spline with this here. But I don't really want to mess up the stud, so we're going straight to this thing. Don't want a messed up nut. And we got one nut. In here that we were using on the other side, but the other side's got a messed up stud, so we didn't use it. Gotta go to the tool hut. on the nuts using that big socket. So we'll get them in there. Nice and even. Okay. Somehow I ended up with no arm on there. That one's snug now. The other ones are not. Different nuts or something? Not that much. Okay, now the bits. So, yeah, that's got to be a little bit more unsnug. Okay. Get my tractor lube. Okay. Yeah, right here. Alright, it says high performance lawnmower tune-up. Not sure what that is, but it works good for honing brakes. Alright, let's see what happens here. Alright, so we got brakes that don't work that we gotta use somehow to stop it. Bam! Hola! Okay. Alright, let's loosen these bad boys up. The adjuster wrench. So on these, down is on, tighter, go up. Go up till it stops abruptly, and come back down a hair. I seem to have acquired part of my toolage. Alright, now the back one's a little rougher because worn out spring shackle bushing in there is in the way. Not the bushing, but the arm for it. So, since we adjusted them, there's the thing. Should be right there. Alright. If it doesn't have too big of a ridge, and And I don't think it probably does because it doesn't have a lot of movement. We just put something in there to turn it. Maybe I'll straighten my bar out. Yeah, this one doesn't want to turn. And it put a crook in the end of it. Put some light on it. Yeah, let's see where the adjustments are laying at. Looks like right there where it should be. Got like these cams on them, like kind of an alignment set up. Put the step end in the bar in the hole here. See what happens. Okay, it turns again. Let's turn it on the way out. Yeah, it doesn't want to do that. There's pieces of pad falling out. So, that's not always good. Means we gotta go looking for linings. Alright, maybe that was jamming it. Who knows? But at the moment, we're up against the end. So it comes off, or we're pretty sure it'll come off. More pad fell out. Yep. Ground surface looks good. No ridge to speak of. Set that baby there. This wheel cylinder looks pretty sad. Key fell out of the way. This is the key for all you to think it's otherwise. The way is the little groove that it rides in. We call this a keyway, and it just shows how little you do actually know about what you're doing. I guess the main thing is that you know where to put it. That's got to be a bonus. Can't remember what I was looking for, so we'll just go about this. So you just pop these up like this, and comes out of there. Same with this side. Get that out of there. And then got these cotter pins here. Gotta get a hold of the tails and straighten them out, of course. Getting these things out of here makes life just a lot easier trying to deal with these things. I was sort of familiar with how they were set up just because the bus over there has the same setup, and it's just they're like 14-inch drums, 14 by 2 or something like that on the front, maybe 3, I can't remember exactly. Shoes, $120 a set, like a wheel. So there's not enough room to turn the cotter pin sideways and keep it straight. It bends it. So I think channel axis might go to here. Right there. There we go. What else we got here? And take this off. This little tie bar thing. Yeah, we got the adjuster spoon, but we don't use it for that. We use it for a whole bunch of other stuff. Getting that off is one aspect of its use, and we got these two. Well, there's supposed to be 2 wave washers and some other goodies there. And then the shoes are locked into the wheel cylinder. I'm gonna go get the brick to do that. Haven't needed this in a while. Kind of tight. I think it'll work good here. Most everybody brings over. I'm either doing disc pads or lines, rusty lines. You don't have to drench it, so it's dripping all over you in your project. Just enough to make it seep around there. Get on this son of a bitch. Maybe you don't even gotta do that. Let's see. It's kind of big enough to shoot. It's half gone. This curl these babies in. Peel them off of there. Alright, so this just slides on there. That one's easy. Got one spring, and the whole works. Well, I don't know, you could call this a spring. It pops right off. I mean, there you are. And that, we got these cams here. All they do is hold the shoes out against the drum. See, the bearing rides right here. It's almost like a floating axle. The bearing is inside the drum here, inside the hub. I guess the hub comes off the drum, but I've never gotten one off. Never needed to. So it's not really light enough out to see, but so now we got access to the wheel cylinder and take off the rubber, which is surprisingly supple except for the outer area towards the, you know, the outside was rotted. Don't think that's going to stop my process here. The other one is dry. So the big one is wet on this side. So these are odd. Each side of this wheel cylinder is a different size. So the front side, which does most of the stopping on this style of brakes, because they're pinned at the bottom. And then in reverse, you got your other side that does most of the work. So there's like a slot in the wheel cylinder cup where the pad indexes into it, and gives you a nice place to hook something on there and see if it'll turn. And it does. So that's half the process. Once you get that to turn, alright, now we know we can work with it. So we'll push it back, take our spoon and mill the edge of the bore with the edge of the spoon, which is pretty sharp. That will get off enough scale to allow us to pull this one out. And then drive the other one through the other side because that's bigger on the front. So right now I'm gonna clean out the corrosion rusty, well, what do you call it? It's white powdery stuff from the aluminum. Yeah, they had aluminum back then. And one of the things they used it in was the wheel cylinders. So can't get the boot off with all the corrosion in there. It won't let the rubber out of the spot where it's hanging out. We got this stuff here. Pretty good idea to do the braille when you're spraying, just because you know, I don't like that shit in my eyes. So we're just digging out the crud from around the boot so we can get the boot off without wrecking it. And working on that piston. This one rotates fairly easily when you push in on it, but it's got a certain amount of pushback from some kind of, sounds like there's some air back here. Maybe got past the seals while it was where it was maybe in the rust or something. Well, there's not enough room in there to run the hone yet to clean any of it off. Scrape it off with the edge here. The other side was pretty crusty on the big side, dry, crusty. Maybe we could soften up some of that shit. But whatever that is, it smells alcohol-y. Removes carbon gum varnish deposits, freeze rings and valves. I don't know. Maybe they'll free some wheel cylinder rings. So I push it in a 1/4 inch and it comes right back out. So the rusty portion isn't really where the seal rides. The cup and it broke. No, it broke free. So we're in business on both. Yeah. We have a surface to hit on. And I think our rubber's going through. Alright, we got the big side thing. Put that down there where it won't rot the stuff. We got the big side piston. Not looking too bad. Here's the spring from inside there. It's got two sizes. And now we gotta get the, of course, once it passes through the middle, once we get the rust off of the cup here, this one might be a little rough on the inside. We got looks like we shoved a bunch of junk out of the way on the way through. And that boot is still stuck. It's protesting coming apart. Alright, so I'll come over here with no, nothing like upsetting the whole organization, but we'll turn on the light here. Turn on the light. So not too bad. Let's look at it from the other way. Not sure what happened. All right. Where's the camera? Right there. Oh, yeah, that works great. It's a little rough there. So, since we pushed it through, we didn't clean this side up. So, that's our next goal. Huh. Turn that off. Don't need a flashlight. So we got the holy thing, and now we need the motor. The honer on the motor, and put some of our tune-up juice in there. This one don't have a whole lot of junk in the little basin right there, but so one of my stones just fell off, and by chance it's the one that don't have no abrasive on it. No, I don't have a whole lot of abrasive on any of them anymore. After dealing with this stuff, looks like it's time to get me some more. Now I need some gas. the other side. It is rough over there. Might have to do some scraping. Let's see. Looks fairly irony. A little rusty on the backside. Got some black stuff in there. I don't know. I'm gonna see if we can't work something out with this thing. See if it comes out. Can see what I'm doing. So, yeah, we got a little scalage out towards the outside here. That's yeah, it's coming off. We'll go through the swell then. Far enough. little bit more in there. It's on the side, it's hard to get to and hard to see. It's on the outside edge where it's just kind of awkward trying to. Y'all like when I pick the phone up, bring it over here, eh? Is that more better? So that you can see what's going on in there. I don't know if you can tell anymore, but the roof used to have a bunch of scale on it. I guess you're upside down right now, but yeah, we're gonna hone it again and see what we got. Let's turn off that. Kick us back some. Got that little light spot there that's kind of messing with the exposure. Put some of this tune-up juice in there, whatever that is. Put our stoneless hone in there. See how it works. There goes all the stones. Let's see if there's anything left on them. Oh, it's a little bit here on the end. On the one. And see, that one didn't stay on that long. Time to go down to the Lyle store and get me some more stones. I think it's gonna be my break time trip. Down to the parts house. We've gone down there before with the camera, but it's been a minute. May or may not do it again. Might have to come out with a big old magnet to relocate the other one, but let's see what it looks like in here. Get out the honing juice, aka tractor tune-up. Learned this from the Three Stooges. Yeah, that's how Curly used to clean out his ears. I got a feeling it was headed my way. Just because of the way it's all set up. Alright. I'm sorry you had to see that. If my sensitive mechanical fingers don't feel it, it ain't there. A little bit of loose crap in there because of the step. Other than that, it's a user. Alright, let's turn off this here thing. Sun's coming up now, starting to light the whole works up. So, yeah, we'll have to get us some new hose before we go on to the front. Oh, we need our gas. Work on the rest. Okay. Next part, basically just cleaning and reassembling, because you know, that's what we do. More than likely, at this moment in time, it's going to go back together with half a shoe on the front side of this wheel set. I'm scraping the shit off the piston. Make sure it doesn't have no binding issues. Might have to get out some emery board stuff or emery cloth. So that goes in and out nice and easy. Other one, I'll get the same treatment. I just won't be able to well, don't matter. It's got some junk on the bottom. Electrolysis reaction between the iron and aluminum. It's kind of a white junk. You see it around the screws on the sill plates where you've had salt. Frankly, I don't know if this car's seen a whole lot of salt. It doesn't have the telltale rusty salt areas. It's got rust, different weird spots, but Not where you'd expect to find rust in a Michigan car. Somebody changed out half of the floorboard panel around the pedals with some yeah, it looks like maybe they used to. It's hard to say. It's welded though. There's some stripes here that were put in when they painted the black onto it. Odometer says 13, nice and crispy, 13,000. Most of the functions, works, and everything are nice and tight, like it's a 13,000 mile car. Motor's fairly tight. Shift linkage, junk like that. The stuff that needs messed with is the stuff that would normally have issues with age. Like it sat in the garage or the barn or somewhere quite a while. Wasn't used early. Almost like I'm expecting to see or would have expected to get a fairly early plate. So if it's a 47, it may be somewhere in the early 50s is when it, maybe some old lady who drove in it to work or school or church, just church. And when she passed away, it was in the garage forever, and somebody kicked it out, left it laying around outside. Fairly dry climate. I mean, looks like it was dry and probably had seasons. Like it was a Morsky car. Got a lot of corrosion up in this thing. So, scraping it out, but I don't want to get it on my mat, so I'm over here. Okay. There. Got that. Got the big side cup. Fairly crisp. Put them back in the hole. Alright. They stay in there. I suppose I could put half that wheel together just to hold it in there. And I can't really. It fits in there. Stuff fits in there really tight. That's probably why it doesn't rip it apart when you force it off. Alright, this one's got the rubber in it and it's caked full of stuff still, so we'll just go around that and see if we can't get some more of that junk out of there and maybe get the rubber out and some more junk after that. There, rag. Normally I got the radio blasted, but you know how YouTube does the radio stuff. I'm not monetized yet, so I don't know why I'm worried about it, but I turned it down anyway. Alright, we're going from a long shaft, regular Craftsman, to a cabinet driver, apparently they call it, because it's round and skinny. And let's see what we can get out from this one. Oh well. Doesn't necessarily have to come out, I don't think. I'll just spray it out real good. Oops. That's it. Hope it don't hurt the plastic. It doesn't seem to. I got these from a junkyard I worked at. I had a bunch of them. So I collected a bunch of them, like, they're 1/4 inch thick, right? So about 4 or 5 inches worth. There was like 2 4-foot tall stacks of them. And where I had my tow truck that I'd bought at the same time when I was collecting them things up, somebody stole my drive shaft and my all the plastic sheets but one, maybe 2, and the other one they cut holes in it for something. I was going to use them and put under the cars, keep the moisture from the ground away. I've always had a bunch of cars, but they weren't really a collection. They were just cars that people would give me, like parts cars, you know, when they were done with it. They didn't feel like continuing to maintain it or pour gallons and gallons of oil in it, so they just like, here, Dave, here's the title. Here you go. You can see the marks in the front of this piston from the rust that was on the head of the piston, or on the seal. Marks on the seal from the piston itself. So that's gonna pop back out. I'm gonna put this in, snap the rubber around it, turn it right side up. This rubber is tight enough to where it doesn't want to come out on its own. It would help if I put the rubber in there first. That would help it seal. All right. So we gotta clean out this rubber piece. It's kind of hideous. It had all the old fluid and junk in it since that side was leaking a little bit. It had some like mud in it. Brake fluid, rust, mud. And it's got a little split where it was dry rotted. But I'm pretty sure it'll do its purpose. Couple more years until I'm done with it. Alright, now the groove ain't really there, but we can still put that in there. There's a kind of a groove around the outside of the centerpiece. It's supposed to snap into, but not there. I mean, there's junk in it. And I'm not gonna sweat it. Move that. Get that shit over there. Okay, so got this pad with half of it missing, but it, you know, mainly pushes up here at the top. So, yeah, you can see my level of concern here. So this spring goes on the outside here. This thing will go up here. Put that there. At least that's the way it was. The other side was the other way. I don't know if I like it that way or not, but I think it would be easier to keep it in position, I think, if it was like this. So, we got that. We'll put that there. This stuff isn't as nice as the other side here, but it's there. And it moves. So, kind of a bonus. Maybe we'll just try the assembly first thing here. It's only my second time trying to put these this style stuff together. Since I didn't take the bus apart, I just dealt with it. I just put the wheel cylinder in it and without taking the shoes off. I just changed it. It's available on Rock Auto. Believe that? 52, well, I think I ended up buying a wheel cylinder for something else. That, you know, you look at the pictures, you know what you're looking for, and you look at the pictures. A lot of times you can find, I just peeled off more of the pad, the lining. Uh-huh. Alright, so we gotta put this in first here. Alright, now let's see how that. Alright. That's a lot easier than the ones they do these days. Alright, we're in there, and we're in there. Put this in. Alright, it's not quite lined up. Just give it a little vibration or so. Get that one on. The tie bar on. Put some juice on her, whatever this stuff is. Get rid of the carbon on that, baby. Rub it around. Okay. Oh, there's the other shoe for the hone. We'll just work these cotter pins over a little bit. Straight cotter pins work way better than not straight ones. It went right in. I like it. Better than how it came out. Alright. That one's crooked. Like somebody put the thing back together wrong. So these just sit here. I really don't see any reason to have to spread them like a hooker. These little tabs, they just kind of fit in here. Little hole you stick them into. And massage them into place. Once they're there, they seem to stay there pretty good. There we go. Made it past the extraction. So this will probably be easier without this thing on there. Slide that back. it's a spring, so you know you gotta kind of bring it into place. Kind of need to spread it open while you're putting it in there. That's the whole issue there. Gotta be able to get a hold of the bottom piece. There. Alright. Now. Gotta get it in there far enough to seat it. Imagine they might have a special tool back in the day for that. I don't know if I've run across one or not. All right, there we are. That one's in. This one could maybe go a little bit more, maybe. All right, there we are. One reassembled brake set up. There's no bearing in the end of this thing. It just kind of flops around in there. We got us squirrels taking pot shots at us here. With the acorns. All right. Let's see the parking brake. Gotta go find the parking brake lever so I can see if it works. Now that would be something might surprise me. And the cable seems to be pretty free. I just pulled it back from there. Oh, there it is on the hanging from the dash. Hand operated parking brake. So, it might work. I don't know. Not gonna push my luck. We're just gonna stuff this sucker back on here. Got no dirt in it, but it's pretty gooky. Okay. Aha! I cleaned the key up so good I thought it was something else. So let's see. I think I'm just gonna stuff it on there. Let's turn it and see. No, there's a C on the something stamped on the top. This other side turns easy enough. I can turn it with this. Oh. All right. We'll just put it in there. Give it a little tap. Make sure it's happy. And we put the keyway in the drum at the top. Just knocking the crud out of there. Seems to be a buildup of junk around the end of the... I thought it was a washer. It might be a seal or a gasket or a rope seal or something. I don't know. It's not there no more. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this thing because pretty sure don't need it right now. Got a little slot. Lets it slide through. Okay. This one is on the key. Not the groove. There's the groove. Ow. Got a finger in there, slid in there so easy. Alright. Gas up the cordless. Hoseless. Gas up the hoseless, whatever that is. Spinny wrench. That lives there. That's its house. Everything has a cooler. Air chisel. All the bits for the air chisel is in the same cooler. Put the deep wells, impacts in a cooler, 3/4 in the cooler. Everybody. And when we're going to get busy, we just grab a cooler of the appropriate goodies to get busy with. And let's see, it fits, it's not splined, so we don't need to annihilate it. This will hold itself tight. The wedge, the cone, tapered seat whatever they call it. Can't remember. Can't remember a lot these days, but I can figure it out. All right, let's tune up these studs. All right. If it removes carbon, it should remove other stuff too. Let's see how the bleeder works. The bleeder on this thing's pretty big. It's probably 7/16, and it's either breaking or coming. Let me put some this here stuff on there. See what it does. Go get a wrench that more or less fits it. I think I'll go towards the brickwork bucket. Yeah, all the brick tools. We'll set that sucker there. That's all the goodies. Mostly it's from dealing with the fluid side. Bleeding and the hydraulic lines and whatnot. And got the power bleeder, all the adapters. Can't really gravity beat a system where the alright, let's see what it is. There's no nipple on these. There's just a flat bolt with a hole in it. So I was thinking it was 7/16, and looks like that's what it is. By some stroke of luck, I've only got one 7/16 line wrench available out of all of these. Appears as though the snap-on one is not here. But we got a Mac. Alright. Now that the sun is out, look at these nice sway bar links. Oh, those are the shock bar links. Still got the whatever friction shocks or whatever they had on them in the old days. Yeah, it turns. I don't know. Oh, might go get me a regular can of blaster. Anybody know what time it is? I don't. But it's feeling like time to find something to eat after drinking a bunch of coffee. Okay. Also, I do something else after having all kinds of coffee. So, probably should have hit the pause, but I had a momentary lapse of reason. Okay, so cap for the hone is taken off somewhere. I don't see it anymore. Alright, so alright, I'm gonna go to the other side and work on that leader over there. Since I put the wheel on it, this seems to be the way in. Maybe I'll be taking the wheel off. I don't know. There isn't a good way on it with the tire there. The wrench don't have any angle to it. And now I see why it don't move that much. We'll let that soak for a while. The wrench only allows it to move so far because it binds. So the old brake pliers or battery pliers, which I kind of now call them the brake pliers because pretty much can turn frozen brake line nut without rounding it off. So I think I'm going to just I'll just think I'm going to leave it in the middle of its travel, whatever, where it moves the easiest. I haven't decided whether it's actually coming out, but it keeps going more and more. Deceiving with its action because the wrench clips the back of the something. It hit something in there and oh, I see what happened. Shuts off the streamy thing if you don't have. I'm gonna go to regular box wrench. Just happen to have an 11mm box wrench right here, which should work. I'm not into metric fasteners, but I'll use a metric wrench if it has fits what I need. Like a 18mm on an 11/16 is pretty good if that's what you got handy. Yeah, this here box wrench is a lot better. It's got more clearance. Allows a lot wider angle of attack. You know, you get more rotation because it's got angle to it. Clears the master. Or the wheel cylinder, the bolts, whatever's in here that's blocking the other wrench. Got new threads exposed. Gotta put some stuff on them. Back and forth. It's not a ratchet wrench, so we're just working the thread. In the end, if I have to, I bleed them with a feeler gauge. But this thing is working out pretty good now. It's been steadily just getting easier and easier until now I can run it out the last couple turns with my finger. Look at it. Definitely is a bleeder screw. And it's got junk in it. Of course, there's junk in it. Mud daubers love these things. Working on a dump truck, 69, yesterday. Was out there in the morning, having fun with the old dump truck. And this one's got a through hole in it. Brakes are locked up. Getting it running, put gas to it, gas. Took the gas tank out of this thing, the boat tank that I use to run it on right now. Took that out there to the dump truck. Had to go get some pulpy things to clean out this bleeder. So the dump truck got it running and good enough to drive it out of the field, way in the back, over to the road where I can get a trailer to it. Get to it with the trailer. Get it out of there somehow. Get it back here and get everything fixed up on it. Probably gonna end up spending some money if we're gonna use it. So rear brakes seem to be pretty locked up. Carburetor needs going through some more. Fuel pump probably needs to be redone. Probably new. It's a 69, you know, it's a 300. 306. You know, it runs real nice when it runs. Runs right. It runs nice. But it's got a lot of it's running lean. I need to fatten it up somehow. The needle and seat. The needle inlet needle, that thing, the tip was stuck inside the, we're getting it now. So the tip of the needle was stuck inside the seat, the needle stuck in the seat, and had to get that out, unplug all that. All the rubber's toast. Got to get new power valve and accelerator pump. It's got some other junk in it I don't know. First one of them carburetors I looked at, so do some research. Boil it out some more. Have to get my ultrasonic thing going if I can find that. Haven't used it yet. So I think this thing is pretty clean here. Alright. Alright, so I suppose I could run a bottoming tap down the hole. Alrighty, got us a 3/8 24 bottoming tap. See how it fits. Let's see how this works out. Huh. We get it in there at an angle and you guys can see what's going on. Kind of dark there, but all right. Try not to bump the car here. Get out some artificial light. It's dark because of the fluid, the oil on it. So seemed to be a 24 thread. Tap handle was rose up. Guess that's what happens when shit's clean and it's in the barn through the winter. Alright, we're cutting stuff. Yeah. We're bottomed in with a bottoming tap. That should be all good. Spray it out with the juice. Looks nice. Get the shit out of there. Alright. Seat looks good. Of course, suppose we could chase the bleeder screw if it's not going in. Goes right to the hilt. Put the wrench on it. Snug. Open, closed. Bang. Alright. Guess what? Can turn it around and do the other side. If I can. Pretty neat the way they got this set up. It's even got right in your face aftermarket shock hangers. And it's got some arm off another car welded to it. So we got this one. Let's put this up there. Oh, I found some rust. Probably rodent rust. It's kind of using the tight area to hold the camera in place. This is my first in-depth how we're going to do it video. Got me a nice exhaust pipe that I'm going to remove until later. We might just gonna put some sort of twice pipes on it. Now this line is not factory. However, the other side is. Imagine that. A 47 Ford with factory lines, brake lines. Who would do such a thing? Is to replace a brake line and not the other one. Here's the grease fitting. I can grease the wheel bearings. That's cool. I'll have to do that. This bleeder is coming right out. Better than the other one. Maybe because I'm using this wrench right from the beginning. Right. Looks pretty good in there. And this looks good. All right, both orifices are clear. We use our pokey things. And now, just crack my neck in bad way. Hopefully it'll come back to normal before I gotta go do something else. So this side, the jounce thing's in the way for some reason. Not sure why it's different over here unless the car is not level with the jack. So, thread the tap in as far as it goes. And then put on the whole thing. If I move the car, then the camera falls. So, if I pull it down too far, it don't clear the brake line. All right, we're getting close to the end where the screw normally don't go. All right. It's got like the rusty grimy gut preserving the thread on the screw. Goes in like brand new. Alright, tightens right up. I'll leave it loose. Maybe when we pick up the back end, the front end, pick up the front end, it might gravity bleed if we got enough fluid in the master. And the master is right there, up in that cubby hole there. So hopefully that thing is good. Oh, we got 2 hours in this video. Damn, that's a record. I guess we're putting the wheel on. And turn this back around. Okay, we're still racking time. All right. Got nothing left but what's left. frankly, these are some serious tires. Pretty sure these cars didn't roll with 235s on them. These are Mastercraft Courier AWT, whatever the AWT means. I'll have to think about that for a couple of hours. All-wheel traction, all-weather traction. Let's see. There don't seem to be anything special like heavy load tires. Treadwear 400 traction A, temperature B. Max load 2,000 pounds a piece at looks like 35 pounds air. Yep. So 23.39 each at 35 pounds. This one nut is not cooperating. I will have to teach it. The boss here. Okay. All right. Well, we got to pull our work surface out from under the tire. Let's go pull the air back in. If you can hear that running, I'll give you a bonus. Maybe you guys can, I don't know. You can barely hear it with your naked ear. I'm putting the exhaust pipe back on. They took it off earlier. And we're gonna I don't know. I guess we're gonna aim it at the tire because I don't want it going anywhere else. I don't like anywhere else that it goes. I don't like it at the tire, but that's the choice we got. So okay, yeah. All right. Air hose. We need the air hose over here. Might as well jam this thing back on. Nice thing about stainless is it cleans up pretty good. They kind of look like Rambler wheel covers too. The logo. Don't know. Yeah, it's got some kind of shield with a chevron, maybe under it. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Rambler, but it does seem like something I might have seen on one. I'm going to go the other way because we're going to go to the front end. Somehow, if I can get that thing around there. No, maybe not. Alright, we'll leave it here. Probably end up turning it around. You got no brakes, so that'll be sketchy. So we gotta go up. I can put this thing so high that you just reach out and grab the tire. Gotta wait for the air to build up. It'll slowly start to rise, and then we pull the pin back here, release it, and we can let the air out, and away down it goes. Starting to go up. All right. And we're on the ground. Turn off the light. Conserve the battery. Got a battery pack. We got this yesterday. Put it on last night. Now I need to decide what year this thing last run. I'm just going to make a decision on that. Based on how far we think this thing could have went in 13,000 miles. Now that it's back on the ground, let us see the hood ain't really that well attached. Let's hook up the ground here for the jumper battery. We'll hook up the ground on the runner battery. That's the one that can run it off of. Put a 12-volt coil on it so it Not burning that up. We're resistor coil, so we're not burning the points up. We got our battery in here. The little battery just don't crank it that well anymore. And now that we got 12-volt coil, we need all the crank we can get our hands on. So, the tune-up juice in there. I don't know. Looks like the floor's been done a little bit, but who knows? So we got to turn the switch on here. Little divot inside the switch there. Slide that over till the test light lights. It's on. Once it's on, that's power to the coil. We just want it on. It was in reverse. We didn't run much over. So, that's it. Made me a gas tank out of a gutter strap. Gas pedal, I mean. Got a bad leak. Alrighty. Turn that off. It goes off. So let's see what we got going on here. Maybe we'll go for a spin. Come back around. Oh yeah, we ran into the hoist. Did we roll it any? A little bit, inch. Alright, so what we got to do is we got to go drive it up the hill. Back it down the hill. We got to warm it up though. 'Cause it don't like putting torque out cold. Especially when the choke ain't on. Alright. So, got to get rid of the mustache. I'm not digging it. It's probably to keep you from stepping on the license plate working on it. We're going to drive it up here. Up this hill. Over here. Back it down there. And then drive it down this hill, and by the time we get to where it rolls by itself, we'll turn it off. And coaster down here using the engine and the clutch to stop it. And so let's when we got to clean the back window. Hey, Didn't do that the other day, and I think I should have. So I'm gonna try to put the thing here so that it'll stay there. I'll try to look down the hood. There we go. Alright, let's see how this works. Got a pretty tall gear in it, so we use the clutch to keep it from getting away from us. And turn it off. And we'll coast in. Using our clutch for brakes. Get over here, get lined up. Unfortunately, it's pretty well downhill all the way over here. And that's how we do it. And now we're, I don't know, could we line it up any better? Let's see how it's fitting under here. We're a little, oh man, shit. I think if I was to just do a slight adjustment here. I gotta roll it in a little bit more so we don't catch something there, the spring. Put the light on so we can see. It's starting to come up. We'll shove it in a little farther here. Looks pretty good. Bring her up. It's going pretty slow. But I don't have much volume going to it because pushing up on the spring first. Second click. How high do we want it? We've already had this side apart, but it does need to be redone. I need to work the wheel cylinders over. I think it was froze. All right, so is this high enough? Might go one more click just to get us some more gravity on the rear. And it gives us more room underneath to do whatever it is we're gonna do. All right, here comes fourth click, and we're down. Just go. Have to unhook it or it'll go up. It'll just keep going up. Okay. It's still touching the spring a little bit, but I'm not gonna worry about it. They got grease fittings on the spring sleeves. Looks like it has some new bumper bolts. That's the problem I'm gonna go after right now. Look at this wheel. That one ain't got no shoes on it, so it's gonna be probably a non-stopper. Alright. Drag the tools around there. We're gonna run this video as long as it runs. So if I run out of room, storage room, which I have quite a bit. I haven't done very many movies in a while. Videos. Since I dumped everything to the cloud. It's kind of nice having all this on the just drag it around from wheel to wheel. But it does collect the garbage on it. From scooching it kind of shovels it up onto it. And of course, as you can imagine, this side is different. I mean, the fronts. They come off like normal. Yeah, you get some of these and they come right off. Now I'm lazy, gotta have a chair. But my knees and my back and my everything else likes me to have the chair better. So that just right off of there, bam. Put our goodie collection pan. Yeah, there's our the cup for the hone. So put that there. That thing's probably older than me. And unless you're in your late 60s, might be older than you. I'm pretty sure the old man got it before I was born. I don't think I actually bought a wheel cylinder hone myself. I think they're all the inherited style, and you know, when you can got a number of them at your beck and call, why spend money on another one? I've probably got 3 of them around here. I just got to figure out where they're at. Could be in the old work toolbox that's in the house. The new work toolbox is just a cart, overloaded cart. I gotta move that out of the sun because it's beaming me. So we got our usual tapered roller bearings, like what you did spec on a front wheel. Hopefully the screws aren't real tight. Nope, they're not. There's no lining in the inside of the drum is all gooky. So what we're gonna do here is first we get rid of the old lining that fell out. Get that out of our area. Yeah. So there's no parking brake here, so and whoever did this one didn't do both sides of the cotter pins, so that'll be easier to deal with. These damn knockoff Craftsman vice grips. Craftsman knockoff vice grips. They don't have the little lever to release them. And since this one looks like it's probably been leaking for a minute, it's got gook everywhere, and it seems to be lubricated, so it comes off easier. Keep working our way around here. So this one's got a wave washer on the front one. Alright, yeah, we'll just pull that out of there. Sounds like somebody's over here banging doors. I don't see anybody. So, oh yeah, we're gonna get this clip out of here. So, on this one, we're going to switch shoes. We're going to use the one with the pad is a going up the road shoe. And the one without the pad is our backwards shoe. So the leading shoe on these ones is a stopping shoe. I think I went over that earlier. It's hard to remember what I've gone over and not. This one's got a lot of gook in it. Alright. Boot looks nice. That one. And the back one is seen better days, but it's supple. Let's see how this one might turn. It's all gooky. And oh yeah, it's already loose. It says, "Let me out of here." I think what I'd really be surprised is if the rubber hoses are still good. That would probably be a real surpriser. This one's gonna piss fluid for a minute, I'm sure. And we can drive the other one through. It probably won't move. Okay, the rubber came out. Now I just push that baby through there. And yep. Alright. Let's get you close up here. See what we got. Let's turn on the light. Got this crud, that's a hollow piece. That'll be all that crud will come out of there. All in all, don't look too bad. We get inside there. Yeah, it just looks like a bunch of junk. Nice and rusty. We'll scrape that out of there just like we did the other one. All right. Let's lube up the bleeder. This one's got the typical bleeder screw that you'd expect to see with the nipple on it. Do a little scrape in there. Get some scales off here. This is one of the older rides that I've tried to do brakes on. Work this stuff over. I haven't done any research on any of the parts sites or anything for stuff for it. Don't know what's available. So far, I haven't seen anything that's catastrophic other than some of the pads are missing, the linings. But when your top speed goal is 25, 30 miles an hour, this will work. I got enough, there's enough linings to make it happen. Got some crust in there. Alright. Target the crust. Oh yeah. It's crusty really where it don't matter, but gonna try to get rid of it whatever I can. Makes for better function later. Can't really do it while you're looking at it. It's kind of hard to get the tool angle and the eyeball angle and everything all good at once. At least from the same side. Just looking from the other end, it's not too bad. Alright, awful lot of crud loose in there. All right, I think I'm going to run it like that. Clean this stuff up a little bit more. This by far is the worst one that I've took apart yet. I didn't take the cylinder apart on the other one. I was mainly concerned with adjusting the shoes, seeing what was going on. All the lining fell off the shoes. I dumped it out, and it wasn't leaking. Didn't appear to be moving, but wasn't leaking. Seemed to cure my problem with not being able to get a pedal without 3 or 4 pumps. So took up as much slack as we could do and put it back together. Turn off the light. Seems to make it brings up the exposure when you turn off the light. Got a little bit of corrosion pitting inside in the rubber. It's just a indentation. Most of that stuff, unless it's really worn real bad from something, it will reconform. Though the front ones are 1 3/8 by 1. Oh, I forgot the spring. Yep, it's 1 on the back side and 1 3/8 on the front side, stopping side. I suppose I could, no, maybe not. I don't know if they're the same. Yeah, they look like they're the same wood shoe all the way around. That might work. Take the good shoe off the back and on the one side, the other side, and put it on the front on the other side. That way, all 4 wheels got stopping action. Probably should have done that on the back here. Put that one. I'd have had to swap them levers around, but that would have helped our cause. Getting some road brakes. We don't need to be going crazy in reverse. Okay, now this one. This is the one with the junk and it's still seized into it. Getting our miles out of this rig. And it was already pretty well used, and I let it sit around in the rain, and rain it kind of cleans them a little bit between that and the sun. Now the one with all the junk in it. Put out the rubber in there. I can see some of the reason these things do this is we got a steel insert and an aluminum piston. Got no idea how it's held in there. So the pads index into an iron piece. It's all rusty. Trying to chisel the junk out from behind it. Give the rubber a little bit more chance of sealing or staying there. Got a number on it. FC 10237. It's all one number. It's not hyphenated or anything. And that looks good enough for me. Which, that's not one of my usual, don't like to say, but for what we got going on here, it is more than good enough. To know whether or not we're going to be into buying new wheel cylinders or some seals. Could probably get away with some seals. Alright. Seals and boots. Deal with the bleeder now. Let's see. It's been soaking. It is not the same wrench size. This one's a 3/8. And we got an angled 3/8 in there. Modified, nevertheless. And it doesn't want to come. We're gonna get the not angled. Three-eighths. Move a goodie organizer. Yeah, they should have put grease fittings on these, so these sway bar and shock link mounts. It's funny how the headlight wires are just dangling in here. I wonder if they were tied up at one point in their life. So the bigger wheel cylinder has a smaller bleeder screw. And it did come free. And it only turns so far with the wrench. If you engage it all the way, so we'll just not. Can use the opening now. I'm gonna have to upload this video right away so I can get it off my phone and make some more. Got a dump truck. I could be doing videos, but I didn't. Can't find a little do thingy I cleaned the bleeder out with. Probably over there on the ground somewhere. It's not real big. Green though. This one's got some plugged holes. Don't see it. So, gotta get it. Very peculiar. Alright, that screw is doing fairly good. Let's see how the hole is. Let's see if we can relocate the tab. Huh. Wonder if I can turn that thing so I can see it better. Mm-hmm. Alright. Alright, now we got room to swing it this time. Bam. Nice tight kingpins. Man. The thing that really looks worn is where the spring hanger is. Alright. got ended up putting brake clean inside the cylinder. Okay. All the way in with the fingers, back it out. There's a new hose on this side. Fairly new, it looks like. Alright. Let's put this here shitty shoe on this side over here. There. That worked out pretty good. Gotta be careful with this one. It's about to come off too. Mm-hmm. Come on. Gotta be an easy way on this. Let's try this. We'll just open her up here. You gotta get it. There we go. That there. Push it all the way in. Now, where's our spring? Ah. It's only got to last the rest of my life, so, you know, how long could that be? With my luck, 30 more years. Right? Hopefully I don't outlive my ability to earn a living, because pretty much booked up. Okay, where's that little bits is at? Yeah, looks like some grease came out of there. And it's still there. You just gotta keep them from sliding out. If there's something in there that's gonna make them things come out, it's gonna do a lot more damage than that. And we can't put that on yet. Yeah. It should go on there pretty good. So I tighten that up real snug, spin the wheel, back it off. Put it to the next hole. Without putting tension on it to speak of. And I don't know where the hole is. There it is. is right there. Okay. Right there. Same with that thing. The only thing it's going to hit is the inside of the cap. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's see what the brake fluid looks like. Good thing I wasn't looking straight into it. It got me right in the forehead. All right. We'll have to go get some. Yep. It's low. And the bleeders are open, so of course it ain't building nothing. Got about half a reservoir here. Alright, let's go see what's going on out back here. Maybe we can get in there. We ain't got nothing happening yet. Here. I got this one closed. So we're just gonna close them down to just barely finger tight. And alright. And let's see how the pumping works. See what's happening. Push that. Alright, we're going to take apart the other side now. So, relocate everything over there again. Maybe we'll find our de-pinning tool. Well, don't see it there. Okay. Because we already know what we got to do. That is, of course, let's start here. And, I think we're going to go back to the other side. Oh, no. We didn't take the nuts off on the other side. So, I am going to do it on this side. It's just easier to deal with. Getting the tire on and off. On the back, it was kind of, you know, I had to get the puller on there, so the tire was in the way. Okay, where's the, do this stuff. Okay, so we're not getting no fluid to the back. And this one, don't know. I'm suspecting the wheel cylinder being rusted up like the other ones. I don't know yet. I had this side off just to kind of run the adjusters and whatnot. Yesterday, early, before we went out to the dump truck, and then came back and did the backs, or the one back. Did the other back this morning, the early part of the video, if you've stuck with it that long. The thread on the end of that thing's a little rough. Let's see what we got going on in here. Yeah, we'll put the cap on it. Put the bearings out where the bullshit won't fall in them. And it looks like we're going to be doing the same thing. This one ain't got no juicy ones, so pretty sure. And this one's got the cotter pins folded all the way over. One's broke off. Maybe, maybe not. Looks like maybe it's just tucked up here so far. No, not there. It's amazing how many different kinds of pliers you can employ over the course of a brake job, for instance. It's off. And it didn't hit me. So, it must be all good. Funny how they know that back then they needed to make those things out of stainless. Yeah, there ain't no shoes on none of these, so. Just gonna work on the old pistons here. turns. Alright. Let's do this one. And it turns. Oh shit. Not the piston that turned. Well, it's the center part. And this one, well, that boot gave it up. It didn't like me pulling on it. And the piston is turning, so knock this one in a little bit. So I can't turn it to free it up. I'll do a little scraping here. Let's send them out. See if they'll launch. Well, we got that one out. Small one. Let's get the seals out. No fluid. Just muck. Use our piston driver here. As you'll see, it worked. Did what it was supposed to do. Run that piston out without ruining the cup. So, there we are. If you haven't figured it out yet, the home comes apart again. Stone took off. Here somewhere. Right under my knee. Alright. Went too far in there. There we go. Clean this shit up. Let's look and see how good it is. Yeah, let's clean it off. This is, you know, more or less a parade car. Drive around the yard. Got 100 acres. So, you know, we're not going on any road trips. Yet with this thing. Maybe after we figure out how to make the brakes even better. These cups might be a little rough. I think they'll, once they get we get the rust out of the little divots, they'll reconform out. I've done that with the neoprene gaskets and seals before. Looks pretty rough until you just leave it. Just leave it to relax. Or if you're putting it in a smooth bore, it'll take the shape of the bore. Got nice edges on the lips. So the clamping jaws on this thing ain't square, so that didn't work. Wonder what holds that in there. It's the only one that comes out. It's just a pin in a hole. And that's it. It's the only one that came loose and spun. So the boot just goes around behind it. Put that there. We got shit for boots, but you might hold it in. Well, I had one. Okay. Ah, yeah. The boots are different sizes too. Didn't notice that before. Of course, they would have stand to reason. The you know, the outer diameter of the outer cylinder is bigger. So you can pretty much feel this stuff. Got some pretty stout fingernails, but they break. But you can feel that rust on there. Yep. One thing you don't get here is Morsky Minutes. Alright, maybe the adjuster's messing with us. Oh yeah, because I had this one all the way out. So alright, gotta keep going around. Right there. That's probably what it was. Right, now. There. Now, back out. Got them in. Just them out. So, since up is off, we just go right there to there. Just go right past stop. Like so. Don't need that junk in the bearings. Went right on, no problem. Got plenty of play. Because ain't no lining. May not do anything. Didn't have no fluid in it, so might just be there if it looks. Get warm out. You're putting down too much energy. You're gonna have to take off some clothes. Insulation. Like so. Forgot our boot. Too late. So. Oh yeah. There. And now probably we'll put on the brakes and they won't come off. And we'll be in here doing some hoses. Probably the back hose. And this one. There. See if it stops. Oh, we forgot to work the bleeder over. Nope. Didn't change the pedal. And it still don't stop. So, guess we got one brake coming up. So there. So we got this. Let's get this stuff out here. It's 17mm for some reason. Alright, so that's that box. I guess where next stop is Rock Auto. Or at least Google. There's that thing was under the bucket. The green thing I was looking for. So put all these things in there. Most of my braking tools, my bleeder, my flaring tools, flaring apparatus was my dad's, possibly his dad. So I ain't got none of that newfangled crap they hawk on the well-to-do channels. Alright, that box is filled. And it weighs a couple of ounces or better. Weekends are for your own bucket. Just like Lucky says. Now I say it. Put all these things in here. Might end up using them again. But at least we'll get this stuff back to the tool bin. Like so. Put that in there. that sucker's heavy. I think we'll take the motor out. Might lighten it up some. A little bit. It's easier to carry though. Alrighty. Move the stuff and put it on the ground. Huh. Didn't think it had 4 hours in it. Starting to go up. Damn. Okay. Where's the damn pedal? Gotta quit doing that. Alright, what happened here? Fucking did something. Got something ain't sounding right. Knocked the wire loose. Alright. same place. Basically, we got a pedal but no brakes. So, looks like we're going looking for some hoses. Yep. And so with that, we're back out for a while. You know what to do with all them clicking and whatever.